cooled. Because when you run cool, you can push your limits and juggle over 35 trillion.
They do, in fact, call me Shweem, man. What's going on? How's the big mic sounding? Not doing the usual setup that I have going for the videos right now. Got honestly just about everything coming from the desktop right now. The very small amount of this is actually using both computers right now. Big bet. Also, let me know about the music. I'm playing it super safe with some like royalty free, no copyright, like lo-fi type beat. Um, if it's like annoying or like sucks, or it's like too loud or too quiet, we can do something about that. All right, well, this is exciting stuff, team. Um, I guess I'm gonna just make sure I have like water and that kind of stuff. And Bro, you already got the baseline. This is huge. I really, I'm hyped about that because I got nothing. The project is not like entirely empty. We have like bare minimum. I spent like 20 minutes just kind of making things. It's kind of foundational. Don't have an ad blocker, so occasionally I'm gonna have to skip ads on the music. It's gonna break the immersion. It'll be good. Little reminder to be in the moment. All right, yeah, 2 seconds, team, and then we'll just we'll take off. A little spaceship, like a rocket. Alright guys, I'm here. Got the water at the ready. I think it is time to make a game. I'm gonna turn my mic down just a tiny little bit because it looks like it's peaking when I'm speaking. And this is not like editing a video. So let me know if at any point I'm speaking so loud that the stuff breaks. But otherwise, let's get going. I don't have the Stream Deck set up. I have to use my second monitor as the kind of stream checking business. If the latency on the chat in OBS seems too bad, I'll pull this up over on the other screen, but I think right now we're good with everything on the two. So without further ado, we can kind of just get in here. What's going on, everybody? Not everybody. I mean, it's the Hoof Man. I'm seeing it's two in here. That might be me and you. That might be you and someone else. I'm not too sure. But thanks for being here. This is gonna be kind of fun. We're just gonna kind of hang out, make some games. Yeah, no, honestly, dude, the Stream Deck thing goes kind of crazy. I like always thought that it was like kind of so extra, especially like for me because this has always just been kind of something I wanted to do like on the side. So like when I found out that like there was so much of the software that was like free, open source, really easy to set up, um, and I could just make one with stuff I already had, I was kind of sold. And honestly, once you start using it, it's so nice. There's so many things that can like connect to it. You can start using it for like all kinds of stuff. Um, all right, very cool, man. Very cool. No worries. I'm honestly, I have no idea how long I'm gonna be doing this. I slept very well last night, so I might be at this for a while. So no worries. If you dip out, if you do want to come back afterwards, I'll probably still be here. My original goal, I won't even lie, my original goal was a 6-hour stream. I started much later than I originally planned, so 6 hours might not happen. That said, though, it totally might. Yeah, no, for sure. Stream Deck vibes, Stream Deck vibes. Alright, so just real quick to kind of give you a rundown of what we're working with, what the kind of dev environment is going to be tonight. We've got Godot here. I don't know why it's in 3D. Right now I'm working in 2D. That's at least the plan, unless, you know, this idea of yours is very strongly otherwise. But I've got us up just kind of bare minimum. We can move left and right, and we can jump. And so I literally just wanted to, how do I, hold on. This needs to embed game on next play. So why did it pop out? Embed game size. What is going on? Oh, yeah, so why are they both checked? There we go, much better. So yeah, there's just like foundations here, so that way we can not spend the first like 10 minutes. Okay, excellent, excellent. 2D will work. So yeah, we got enough to not have to do all the basic stuff. We can just kind of start iterating. And then we've got a sprite open in workspace number 2, so we can just kind of get to any kind of art stuff. I think it'll be kind of fun to balance this, do like a little bit of pixel art over here, a little bit of stuff over here, just kind of keep the process iterative. That is how I try and stay sane, at least early on in the project anyway. So I think that'll be good. I think that'll be good. But yeah, man, so what's this idea that you have? I'm curious. I'm honestly going into this completely blind right now. I have no like kind of early plans for what I'm cooking here. I've just finished the Pathfinder thesis. That was cool. I do not want to make Pathfinder 2. That's actually really my only sort of concern for right now. Not Pathfinder 2. Well, I guess one thing that I actually totally would not mind to do, like, straight up rip. We'll put this in its own workspace. So I think the jump speed needs to go up, like, a decent amount. Even more than that, honestly. We'll say like 450, and then we'll also do variable jump height, I think. Alright, so yeah, that looks good for a start. And then what we can do for variable jump height is we can then say if not is on floor, And we can say input dot is action just released jump. We can say that velocity dot y equals velocity dot y divided by like 3. And then we can also add a new variable up here. We can say like I don't know, resistance. No, not really. I don't like that one. We'll just call it jump res for now, and then I'll add a comment so I understand what it does. So we'll do that, and then, I don't know, we'll make it a float just for consistency, and then we'll say that it's 3, and then we'll replace this magic number with jump res. And then, so I think what should happen is when we release the jump, yeah, there we go. So now it has that nice little effect when we let go. It's smooth, or we can hold it and we jump up high. So that's just good kind of foundations, if you ask me. It's definitely a nice little setup. So hear me out, right? So my idea is, I think some of the roguelite elements would be very far. I agree. I think that's awesome. I'm glad that you say that. So let's see. Man, I say that way too much. I gotta slow down. I gotta choose my words a little more carefully. Stop saying platformer basis with some sort of roguelite elements. Combat has to be initiated while doing platforming would be cool. Okay, so I really like this idea so far. So I finished Silksong 100% today. If you go on Steam right now and look at my achievement history, I think I got like 3 or 4 of them today, but the last one I got was the 100%. And one thing I really liked about Silksong, all the way through and through, was the platforming sections were great, but the combat was really, really good. And so I am feeling kind of motivated to make some kind of juicy combat system. So I like this idea of yours very much. And roguelite, honestly, big fan of it, kind of cool. We could try and look into some proc gen kind of stuff. I'm not super familiar with that, so that would be something kind of new that we could look into implementing. And then at the same time, happen at the same time, handling combat, keeping a faster pace. You will maybe die if you aren't fast enough. That sounds cool. All right, so let's make a document. Let's make a document. Oh man, pop shell moment. Oh, pop shell moment. Okay, that's fine. So actually no, hold on. This is memory complex, and then what is this called? Yeah, there we go. So we'll make a new folder called docs. Ideas. All right, so we will start here with a design plan document. What do we have? We have roguelite elements. We have combat, fast-paced. Am I missing? Strong in it. Platforming. So these are a lot of really strong juicy bones. A lot of great features here. We don't have to be too ambitious to start thinking about how we might implement these kinds of things. So, combat. Okay, so let's start thinking just a little bit here. So, combat, is that going to be melee, or is that going to be like projectiles? Are we going to be casting spells, using weapons, or are we going to be swinging swords? Swinging swords is pretty cool. I'm a fan of that. I do enjoy swinging a sword. Give me just one moment here. Maybe a sword, magic based. Different magic base, different melee base builds. You can pick at the start of the run. Okay, I like this. I like this. Pick build at start. Different magic and melee builds. And then we could also say maybe hybrid. Maybe. Then your pickups benefit not only movement, but damage and all that, and maybe have the weapons and magic itself be able to assist with keeping up the movement. Okay, that's really cool. That's cool. Weapons and magic integrate into movement. Rocket jump, but it's with magic or sword. All right, that's fun. That's cool. So dang, I don't even know. I'm starting to think about like what we can do with that. So that starts to become kind of interesting. That gives us an idea of what kind of stuff that we can maybe start to think about for the kind of overall look and feel of the game too, right? Okay, so strong vertical movement being a core element. Okay, okay.
Chevy Silverado 1500. Best in class standard cargo bed volume.
Climbing, ascending. Mm, interesting, interesting. I like this. I like this. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. Ascension is a good theme. It gives us some things to work with. We could start thinking about kind of like our story, what we're trying to tell. Again, that starts to help us kind of visually while jumping, using weapons to throw yourself. No, 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 no. This is all really good. Right now, we're in this just like super snowballing phase. We can say things like wall jump. Other abilities powered by weapons. So let's take a second and start thinking about what stuff might look like, right? So I think at least how I like to go about doing this kind of stuff, and we can kind of come up with this as we go, because this is different than me just sitting here working on a project by myself. But generally, when I'm working on this kind of stuff, I like to come up with a bunch of ideas, and then I like to kind of start iterating some basic visuals, just so I can have like very simple, rough idea of what things are going to look like on the screen. And then so we can start making a couple different things. So we can make like a very simple placeholder enemy. We can start to add a little bit of mechanics to the player, and then we can make some simple tiles to start building some like basic levels with. And then we can start building mechanics. And then once we start doing that, we'll kind of start getting a feel for, you know, what the game loop might look like and how we want things to go. So I don't know, if we're talking about like magic, right? I immediately start to think about like wizards. I don't know. So here I'm gonna bring a browser window over here now. We're doing all kinds of, whoa, it's broken. No, it's not. We're good. So this is actually gonna go to 5. All right. My shell was broken for a second. Yep. All right. Yep. Time being medieval. So yeah, hold on. That's what I was trying to build up to. My immediate thought process with this Magica game. I don't know if you ever played these games, dude. But these little wizard guys, I don't know. I always thought that they were kind of fun. When I'm sitting here thinking about little dudes casting spells and using weapons, I immediately think of Magica. There was this one, and then they had like a PvP one. I didn't play a lot of it, but it was kind of cool. Sorry, I have an itch on like the side of my face here. I'm not picking my nose. I swear, I promise. Man, that's really crazy. Look, I'm showing you, I'm not. We're good. Alright, I'm also not gonna. That was crazy. There's no need for me to make such a big deal of that. So, I don't know. This kind of vibe. Haven't played it, but yeah. So, they're thinking that, right? But at the same time, I agree with what you're saying about, like, just kind of more broadly. Here, let's go on Pinterest and let's look at, medieval. No. Medieval. I don't know. I spelled that wrong. No. Alright, yeah, here we go. Digging for gold. Oh no, man. No, see, it's not me. That's not me. Look, that's not what's going on here. My nose is itching. See, actually, never mind, bro. Here it is. Here's the vibe. Here's the vibe. Actually, yeah, that's really cool. So yeah, okay. I like this idea. So you'll pick a class, and that's gonna make you kind of visually distinct. Man, this little guy in the corner, I thought he was an owl. It's actually bro. Oh, there he is. I think he should be a playable character. I think we definitely need this guy. He's like, I don't know, the battle mage. I don't know. I don't know what he's on about, but I like his vibe a lot. I'm saving him to a board. Okay, so actually no, we gotta make a new design board. I don't know. This guy, he's pretty cool. His vibe's kind of intense. I like what he's got going on here. The Newport Knight. I respect it. This is crazy. This isn't really the vibe that not really the vibe that I think we're going for. And honestly, this takes us down quite the interesting rabbit hole. definitely some cool stuff. I like these moon boots. I think I could put those on. I won't even lie. Um, yeah, all right. So now we're getting into like bug art. I don't even know about that. Yeah, actually, no, low key, you're right. He kind of does look like Dung Defender. My goat. Um, okay, so, oh man, what is this? We're never gonna get anything done if we stay on Pinterest for too long, team. Never ever gonna get anything done. They're starting to show me Halo and Gundam and money spreads. Okay, I gotta get out of here. We're leaving. I'm driving away. So yeah, this is kind of what I expected to see here in the medieval vibe. We have some like knights in armor. We have some Timu cyberpunk helmets. Wait, hold on. There is such a delay between the stream and the comments. What do you want me to send to you? I will totally put it aside and make sure that gets to you, man. Oh man, what is this? Man. Oh, you can't even see it. I'm blocking it. You gotta get the full effect. He's got the ripped pants. Okay, yeah, I got you with the halo. I got you with the halo. Oh man, hold on. How do we get there? How do we get there? Control H? No. All right, I'm gonna be brave, guys. I'm gonna be brave. No, it's actually not even in my history. But look, there's nothing there. There's me trying to figure out how to set up the stream. Yeah, how did we get to the Halo? We clicked on this guy, and then we went down. But he's not here. Were we in somewhere looking for how did we find John Halo? Oh, here he is. Here he is. All right, I'm saving that, and then I'll pull that up on my phone at some point and make sure that gets to you. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, despite this kind of incredible Hulk thing that's going on here, this Timu helmet actually has me thinking, right? What if we were doing like medieval armor with like cool, like, I don't know, I don't want to call it cyberpunk because that's not really the vibe that I think it is. It kind of is though, but like kind of slick sci-fi helmets. I mean, I know that that's kind of like a done thing. Like we've seen those guys before. Like I feel like that was kind of the look and feel of, what was it called? Tribes Ascend. Is that what that game was called? Yeah. So no, these guys kind of just looked like off-brand. I don't know what they look like. No, let me not even roast this game. This game was very cool. I honestly don't remember what was really good about it, but it was kind of fun. The movement, that's what was cool. Can we do like medieval pixel art? Has anyone, well, that's a silly question. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Oh man. Okay, so here's my biggest problem. Hear me out. What if the upgrades make it more futuristic as you get more? Cool idea. All right, let's go back into the visuals. Whoa. We're back in a modal text editor. As we upgrade the armor, it gets cooler. More futuristic. Excellent. I think I spelled that wrong. I don't know for sure, but we will see. Alright, so that's a good idea. And now we have to find it. What do you think about this kind of really simple vibe for the look? I mean, okay, so we've talked about it. You and I play Risk of Rain all the time. I know that, actually, I don't even know if you played the, like, original with me. I think you did, at least once. But that one, like, one of the biggest issues that it faced, right, was the fact that in the grand scheme of things, the art was so simple. And despite the fact that it looked fun and it looked cool, it was a big limitation in the end. And that's my biggest concern when I start thinking about leaning into like this kind of simple vibe like this, right? Is that the end result is going to leave me taking a lot of time to dedicate to this kind of like general look and feel, and then I'm going to be very restricted by it. And I don't ever want to be restricted by a decision that I make, especially this early on in development. So, you know what I'm saying? It's definitely like a consideration. But on the flip side, these kind of really simple things are very easy to iterate on early. And when executed correctly, you can create some very cool spaces. I mean, I start looking at stuff like this, and I'm like, man, all this stuff looks great on Pinterest, but I haven't really played a game that looks this good. I mean, imagine playing something that actually looked like this the whole time. That would be kind of huge. Like, I don't know, the closest game that I've seen try to like do that is Nycra. And I don't know. Probably don't even, not super familiar with Nycra because Nycra came and went. Bro spent 7 years making it. It looked great. It was very cool. He was a very good programmer. But at the end of the day, didn't work out. Game fell apart. Worked on it too long. Switched from Game Maker to Game Maker 2. Kind of cobbled everything together. It was a mess. And I don't think that bro's done anything publicly since. That makes me really sad. That guy was a huge motivator for me when I was younger. Watching him develop Nycra when I was a kid, crazy. Kept me going. It's part of the reason why I was able to work on Pathfinder for so long, which is a great opportunity for me to plug Pathfinder. Actually, that gives me an idea. Hold on. Itch.io. Don't even worry about this. Don't even worry about this. It's too fast. That's too fast. Gotta slow it down. Just gonna plug Pathfinder here for a little while. Just because. It looks a little bit busy, but I just released a game yesterday. And it's not the best game in the world. but it's pretty cool. I spent a year working on it, and it's much better than the demo that I released. So while we're here looking at Pathfinder, the link's on the screen. If you have another screen, Pathfinder is a great way to use it. Okay, so I got a little bit sidetracked there. Let's kind of pivot back and kind of dial things in here. Let's get back into the editor here, visuals. Okay. So what's the general aesthetic going to be? Is it going to be like more focused on the medieval stuff, or do we want to try and do some kind of like, I don't know, medieval like techno punk kind of vibe? Like, I don't really know. I'm not like the most goated like pixel artist. Like, I just got my computer science degree yesterday. I'm not like a game artist, but like I will try my best. I will absolutely give it my all. You know what I'm saying? So like we'll definitely make some things happen. How do we already, you see all this red already? This is what really does. It's part of the reason I like using Godot on my MacBook more than I do on my desktop, is because like I know that it's just a more verbose output. There's nothing actually going wrong on my system right now. But like it just scares me. It's crazy. It's like an empty project. But okay, so let's just take a second then and let's open it there. Yeah, so we'll send that over there for a little while. And we will kill this, we'll restart this. Alright. Sweet. So that's good. We will do. Alright, we're gonna banish this over there. So we're gonna do something kind of silly. Oh, actually, you know, I'm being so extra right now. I promise I'm not just trying to flex on you guys with my modal text editor. It's Helix. There's nothing fun about it. We'll just use Visual Studio Code, and then look at that. We can actually look at our markdown. Amazing. I am not hating on text editors at all. I love them, but sometimes having a little bit more. This isn't an IDE. VS Code is a code editor. But having, you know, just a little bit more than just the text editor is nice. But at the ascending is ascending upwards in time sort of environments. Okay, that's cool. We'll call this a potential gimmick. As we ascend the map, we move forward in time. Tech gets more futuristic. Stages are maybe time warps. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, imagine there's like this just really angry wizard guy, and he starts off in like the Dark Ages, and he ends like in the future fighting like John Halo. That sounds cool to me, man. Sounds cool to me. But what are you gonna do? So we've got some good ideas coming together. We've got a nice little space to get things started. I think that is, I'm actually gonna shrink my camera just a little bit. Can I? No. That's really annoying. It's fine. I'll just, it's actually only hiding the preview window. It's kind of fine where it is, I think. So I guess we're just going to get started on a very simple, we'll do two things. We'll do, oh man, I cannot do quick math. Where did the music go? It got very quiet. I started like hearing myself think for a second, and I was like, wait. Can you hear something that I can't? And I'm having technical difficulties. My fault. What is happening right now? Oh man. Ah, there we go. All right, incredible. I don't know. My AirPods started bugging out. Putting the AirPods away. Oh man, that's loud now. Hold on, my fault. My fault. Let's turn it down just a little bit. Yeah, okay, so very off topic, but just while we're putting them away, it's like my second year with these guys. They're honestly, spend your money elsewhere. I've had to completely disassemble and replace like major parts in them, and sometimes they still act weird. I got like a pretty good price on them, but even then, not worth it. If you ask me, not worth it. Okay, so yeah, we'll just do that. It's fine. And actually, I don't know what it is. I don't like having them both over my ears. I need to be able to hear the backdrop a bit. Okay, so we're all good now. Everything's all set back up. Heard they're kind of uncomfortable too long term. Yeah, okay, so yeah, while we're just sitting here being honest about them, yeah, when I'm wearing them during the day, I don't mind at all. When it comes down to trying to do like anything other than just walk around with them, really annoying. You can't like lay down with them. You can't like exercise in them. And then like yeah, when I'm like working on my car or something like that, you can't really do that either. I do it, but it leads to long-term issues. You get like dust and all kinds of stuff going on. What's going on, Bone Circuit? Welcome to the stream. Sorry, we're just sitting here. I had a little bit of technical difficulties with my headphones. We are just talking about that. We're getting a little bit of game dev going on here. We're kind of planning for what this game's going to look like right now, coming up with some kind of medieval magic vibes, maybe some future inspired stuff in there as well. Going to start by getting kind of some placeholder tiles and just some basic sprites kind of stood up, and then we're gonna kind of see how far we can go. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. We're just gonna kind of go until I drop. So we might get a lot done, we might not, but we're definitely gonna get something done. So we'll start with 8. We're gonna do 8 tiles in either direction, so that gives us some nice space to work with. And I don't really know. Let's look at some palettes here. Load a palette. Oh no, come on. Where are the defaults? I know that there's defaults. Yeah, there we go. Basic medieval castle-like interior could be a good place. Yeah, alright, so that's good. I agree with you. So if the whole idea is ascension and we're thinking some like kind of medieval vibes, a tower makes sense, like a castle. And then that gives us a very kind of consistent kind of set of language that we can play with. So if we want to actually kind of refine our search here on Pinterest now a little bit, we can say pixel art castle. I imagine it's going to be like stones, it's going to be carpet, it's going to be things like that. I mean, again, we could lean kind of further into that, like, super retro vibe. I definitely do think, at least for kind of the scaffolding, I'm going to stick to 16 by 16, so the sprites are going to be pretty low key. That said, I think that it is still going to be kind of cool whatever we end up with. I mean, like, this kind of stuff is neat, but again, like, this little guy, this little yellow dude that we're looking at right here, you end up with so many of these just little dudes, you know. Over the years, you're like, okay, I'm gonna make a game out of two colors, and then everything's gonna be 8 by 8, and then it's just not, you know, it's not that easy. Everything starts to look the same. So I think Castlevania is honestly going to be a great source of inspiration for what we're looking for. If we're thinking like roguelite, I think it could also be kind of cool if we don't lean too far into like proc gen. I think it could be kind of fun to do some like light Metroidvania kind of stuff, go to certain place, get certain upgrade to go into certain next area, but at the same time, you're getting XP, improving your stats, finding items. So like then that could be an interesting kind of split core set of values. Do I have pure ref? No, I'm actually not familiar with that. Let's take a look. Pure ref. Standalone program for Windows, Mac, and Linux. What's this all about? Oh, okay. So we got some like mood boards going on here. Okay, excellent. And then, well, yeah, I'm actually very curious. And then, so is this going to be then local? All right. Looks free. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, actually, so let's check this out. Oh man. Oh, team. I was getting the vibe that this was free. This is industry standard. Okay, very cool. Yeah, so a little bit of background about me, man. I appreciate the advice. Absolutely. I'm totally still getting into this space as far as learning these sorts of tools. Um, I just got my computer science degree yesterday, and I made a game for my thesis. While I was making that game for my thesis, I did some game jams, that sort of thing. But I've just been kind of figuring this out as I go for a couple years now. And so I really do appreciate, learning this kind of stuff. As you can see, I've been hanging out making Pinterest boards for my games for a while. So this kind of stuff is very, very cool. For the moment, I'm going to be super honest. If this is not free, I'm probably going to bookmark this, save this for later, and set this up. Maybe after the stream, take a look at this. For a couple bucks, this is definitely worth it. Definitely going to check this out. I just don't want to be doing any transactions or anything on the stream real quick. But I appreciate this a lot. I appreciate this a lot. So let's see. Oh, it's free. They're hiding the link. Download Linux. Okay, let's see. Please disable VPN. We can find it. Oh, click the 20? Okay. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I see. Wait, no, hold up. Oh, click the 20 and put in 0. I see what you're saying. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. So here's what I'm gonna say to defend myself here. Here's all I got on that one. There have been times where I have gone to download something, tried to put in a tip or custom donation of 0 and being told to put in a certain amount. Not gonna excuse my actions there, but I appreciate the help very much. Interested in the data for now. Okay, so I am curious. Can we drag stuff right in? Wow. Look at that. This is awesome. Thanks, man. I'm honestly really stoked about that. I don't want to say that I'm like super, super shocked that I was able to just drag that in, but the fact that they don't even make me download, very, very cool. Yeah, no, this is great. We'll just keep this open. I'll shrink this down just a little bit. Or maybe not. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. So, I think we can just use keybinds, file save. Yeah. What is that? Highlight. Oh, no. All right. So, I like this kind of vibe. What I do like about this is the UI, in a sense, I think is kind of cool. I don't necessarily want that exact kind of thing, but I do like these kind of chunky, old school kind of things. These sprites are neat too. I think if we're gonna lean into the this kind of thing, we definitely need to do some of these more ornate kind of tiles on the floor. I think with bricks, you have a lot of opportunities for cool textures and shapes and just all of that kind of stuff. Big fan of it. And this is neat. Okay, honestly, Axiom Verge, we're gonna bring that one in here as well. It's the same kind of vibe. But again, well, this one's newer, so this is a good example of a game that has kind of successfully mirrored that old look. And at the same time, it is that kind of future aesthetic that we're talking about. So maybe we can look to kind of cross the art styles of these two different games and figure out how to kind of bridge them with these kind of time travel mechanic that we were talking about. So that is cool. You know, generally I try and stray a little bit away from looking exactly for what I'm searching for when I'm kind of coming up with stuff. But I think that this could be good for this early stage as far as getting just some ideas down for how to quickly sort of implement. This is a great example, I think, of some more simple kind of look and feel for that. And we're not going to spend too much time in there. Because otherwise, what I really want to see the most of is just kind of cool brick walls and brick floors. That is what I am the most excited to see. Oh yeah, looking at some menus will be good too. I guess let's go back into Castlevania pixel arts. Is there any restriction on how big that these canvases get in, I already forget the name of this, PRF? You want to do a different search and add textures at the end. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Kind of keep the ideas separate. Different boards of inspiration. I keep feeling compelled by this one, but very cool. Very cool. So it keeps going. That's awesome. Oh man, this is cool. I like the way that this looks. This kind of goes against everything else that we have right now, but I like the way that that looks. This is neat too. I think that it kind of captures the similar kind of look and feel, but again, this is that 8x8 kind of thing. This stuff is just so simple, and I just like, I don't know. I'm not like, maybe I'm just not cracked enough. Maybe I just haven't spent enough time practicing. I think that's the more kind of honest answer to that. But I just don't have the skills to kind of realize that stuff yet. Okay, so now I'm getting, the inspiration I'm seeing here is UI mostly. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole yet. That's a different thing. This is cool. It's like Game Boy colors, but I think it's close enough that we can include it. Honestly, anything for like character or environments are welcome for me. This is not helping us with like as far as doing like a color study or anything like that. That we will have to kind of do after we get the general look of it all kind of figured out. I mean, so yeah, I think honestly this kind of stuff is going to be good. This gives us an idea of how we might build some the backgrounds. This has a little more emphasis on that than some of these other ones. Oh, I didn't even realize that one animated. Just put them right in there. That's great. These spaces are interesting. But again, I'm looking for some kind of variety in the tiles here. Oh, that's great. Some UI. I will take it. Put that down here. Bring that over here with that. Okay. Let's kind of tidy everything up real quick. Very cool. Yeah, I guess I can actually just make this a little smaller. And in the process of making that a little smaller, I can make this one a little bigger, and then bring this one down, make it a little bigger. Oh no, now I have to make this one a little bigger, and this one a little bigger. And guess what? We've come full circle. It's not working. As a super organized function. Alright. Optimize. Control A. Optimize. Images. Arrange. Optimal. Ooh. That's nice. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I appreciate the kind of pointers once again, man. This is pretty cool stuff. My sister went to school for game art. She graduated I guess almost 2 years before I did, year and a half maybe. I honestly don't know at this point. But I have a feeling that when I tell her that I am using this tool, she is going to be stoked. because this is pretty sweet and I understand why people like it. So, man, there's layers to this. We're getting a lot of this kind of Castlevania accumulation now, and that's good. We love Castlevania. But here's what we also gotta do, right? Sorry, we also gotta look at Super Metroid. Why do we also have to look at Super Metroid? Well, there's a couple reasons for that. First reason, I just love Metroid. I just love Metroid. I'll take any excuse that I can to show off my cartridge. It's a great game, but it's the other half of, I think, the more modern influence that this kind of era of games had on kind of today's stuff. Everyone, you know, who cares about either of these games knows that it's kind of two halves of a whole sort of deal. But Super Metroid specifically is just my favorite one, and I think that it fits the same kind of look and feel of this era, same kind of limitations, same hardware, that sort of thing. But it realizes a lot of these kinds of systems, and what's awesome about it, what makes it so perfect is the fact that it's the sci-fi. We've got the knights, we got the magic, we got vampires in Castlevania, and we got the sci-fi from Metroid here. So that's cool. I would like to lean into that if possible, so long as we deem that fitting. JJ, I'm happy to see you back here in the chat. I was worried that we lost you for a second, man. So I think it's definitely gonna be good to kind of keep cooking the design inspo here. Range optimal. Oh, look at that. It's different now. But it just works. I trust it. Like, I look at it and it made better choices. Like the colors kind of make sense to me. The shapes, the general format, you know. It checks out. That's very cool. So we're getting some good visual inspo. Feels bold, feels ambitious, feels like we got some heavy hitters that we're looking to. But that is how we stay in the pursuit of greatness. Or something like that. Oh no, I'm out of water. Bro, that Lenny face looks really good in the YouTube chat. Lenny face looks good in the YouTube chat. Happy to see him. Oh, that's cool. It's a Nausicaa game. That's out of scope and has nothing to do with what we're working on here, but that makes me happy. That's cool. There was actually, I forget who they were, Jump Knight. I think do I know about this? I feel like I recognize this guy. Why is it so hard to actually find just the Jump Knight game? Why is it so hard? Shovel Knight's here. Yes, of course he is. Jump Man. Oh yeah. I want to make a game like this one day. Thoughts on that? I think it would be pretty cool. Think it would be pretty cool. Pinterest has a setting for no AI and account options. That's incredible. Actually, yeah, hold on. Let me not like dox myself. Let me look at these settings real quick, because yeah, that is honestly huge. There's so much junk on Pinterest these days. Oh, here we go. Turn them all off. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see any of this in my recommended pins. Not cool. You know, it's actually like very different than all of this, but it's the same kind of deal. A bunch of settings that were like automatically on that I don't necessarily care for. The Discord rewind thing, I watched mine and I was like, oh, haha, that's so funny. That was cool. That was fun. I didn't realize that I did X, Y, and Z on Discord this year. And then like you start thinking about like, why do they have this information? And so, I follow this thread and, they're talking about, they turned X, Y, and Z setting on. And the reason why you have the rewind, it's crazy. If any website doesn't have it, look for 2022. I've seen this. I actually saw there's like a Chrome extension now. You can like turn off all the AI junk that came out on the modern internet. We call it Web3 because there's 3 times as much garbage. All right. I am leaving my account settings. And so we can go back to the stream. Brick texture pixel art. Oh man. That's good stuff right there. Okay, so save as memory conflux development. What is this project called? I can't see. I'm losing my mind right now. It's got to be right in front of me. Oh my gosh. It's not in here. Oh, godot. No. No. What did I call this project? This is insane. It's just not here. Wait, hold on. Wow, why did I just PWD? I haven't. Whoa. That's fine. We're not gonna talk about it. Oh, I'm getting gnomed right now. Oh man, alright, it's fine. It's fine. Just put it in the documents. Development. Let's make a new folder called mood boards. And we'll call it Castle Vibes. Castle Vibes board. Alright, and then now we gotta make a new one. It's time to look at bricks. It's the best part of game development right here. It's like watching paint dry or something like that. These are nice. I think that well, this is good. They're talking about a 16 by 16 canvas, which is kind of what we have right now. And then we have a nice little assortment of bricks. I kind of consulted this same kind of a diagram before. I understand the basics of making a brick wall. You do the initial pattern, then you tile it out a couple of times, and then you have, you know, some like half shades like up or down, and then that's how you do the different like things. You do some like weathering. I like the way that they've done the moss on these ones. I think that's cool. I definitely like that for like a castle vibe. Yeah, I think this is like literally the thing that I like looked at while I was making Pathfinder. These colors are so pretty. Okay, we're getting distracted. We're getting distracted. We're looking for breaks. We're looking for breaks. What happens if I look for castle brick? Results are not good. Results are too specific. However, these results are really general and bad. Honestly, only the first couple are decent. So we're actually just gonna go ahead and take that guy. Can we like crop it? No, that's for like the whole thing. Yeah, what are the keyboard shortcuts? I'm actually curious about those. Hierarchy, seeing Control E. Wait. Let's go. Comprehensive, make results, go to low spec. Say 11. Workout. Should have to make specs. Oh, okay. I've totally seen low spec before. I don't know under what context. What else is going on here? Do they have like tools maybe? Palettes. That's why I've been here. I've looked at palettes on here. I didn't realize that they had resources too. That's cool. That's really cool. See, man, this is so crazy. So crazy. These resources are great. I had no idea that this was out here. The more you know. I appreciate you passing on this knowledge. This is like, there's so much stuff. Some of it's very simple, some of it's very specific, it's very granular. Wow, this is crazy. I've seen this tutorial very long time ago, 2007. That's crazy. Saint 11. Oh, search for stone. I see what you're saying now. I see what. Ah, here he is. Alright, he's got a ton. That's cool. Let's look for stone. Let's check out attack. Let's take a look. Internet Archive. I'm so sorry. Not right now. Aha. Here we go. We got some stones, grass, water. This is kind of nice. I like this approach too. We're taking these kind of, well, the wood texture is very simple. That makes sense. Stone is cool too. I like this kind of squiggly lines into shapes in the ground. Okay, very cool. I'm not gonna get too hung up on that. And yeah, yeah, that's funny. I was like a kid learning to make games when I saw that story the first time. That's like fine size. These are good. Different kinds of bricks and that same kind of old school vibe. Very nice, very nice. Okay, more vine stuff. Relevant. There we go, there we go. Looking good, looking good. This one's not like directly super related, but like hear me out. It's the same kind of vibe, and it serves for inspiration for the same purpose, so I think it's okay if it goes here. Open to arguments otherwise, though. Totally acceptable. I'll just grab a couple more, and then we'll start like trying to make some simple stuff. We'll open that in a new tab. Silly Pinterest doesn't let me use a new tab. That's pixel art. That's pixel art to me. Boring but important work. Absolutely, I agree with you, man. I honestly do appreciate. I've already thanked you for the tools, but honestly, the early emphasis here on kind of collecting the visual inspiration. Honestly, I skip it too much. I get too busy with my placeholder art. This part's important. It influences the later thinking, definitely. Last website to hit for placeholders. Okay, placeholders. That's nice. Not relevant, but nice. Finally, something I feel compelled by. Yeah, so actually this brings up a great point visually for me that I want to make here for sure. This foreground stuff, it needs to happen. I didn't do this in Pathfinder, and I felt so silly. I was sitting there playing Silk Song, and I was like, man, it's really not that hard to just add another layer in front of the player space. It adds so much more depth, and it can look really cool if you do it tastefully. And I was just at this point where Pathfinder was, supposed to be gold already. You know what I'm saying? Like, about to present the thesis, defend the thesis. So, like, can't start adding stuff, doing visual, like, overhauls and things like that. Ended up skipping out on it. It's fine, though. We have a chance to do cool things here now. And that's exciting. Oh, this is a great game. Inmost. Oh, actually, that's also a good game for visual inspiration. Inmost night sequence. Oh yeah, what does this game refer to the chapters as? Inmost castle. Images. Yeah, this game was awesome. I played this in high school on my phone. They released it on the App Store. And I don't know, I think Apple Arcade was out already, and it was on there, and it was free. And I loved my photography class. I loved my photography teacher. But it was a very easy class, and I did all my work, and I had lots of time where she just said, just do whatever. Um, so I played this game for a couple of days. It was very good. It was very good. And here we go. Now we clicked on one. Now we're gonna start. We're getting what I'm looking for. We're getting what I am looking for. Yeah, no. So visually, this game is really cool. I won't spoil anything. Just in the event that you're interested, no pressure to play it otherwise. But it's cool. It's like three-act structure, but not in the traditional sense. Kind of explores different characters, different perspectives. Each character is both a different style of like narrative, but also gameplay. And it's cool. I think they actually tell you when you first open it up, they recommend to play the whole thing in one sitting with headphones on. I did it in 2 or 3 sittings, but I think it's only a 3 or 4 hour game, like top end. The story is also like very nice. A little bit sad, but very nice. So we're glad we're on the same vibe. At least about liking it. We'll see if the influence sticks around, but the art style was something that really did stick to me. And I'm surprised I didn't think about this earlier, because there's castles. It's a kind of recurring theme. Oh, these are all animated. I'm not gonna just... We might be done here. We might be done here. I'll grab this one. No, we already have 2. We're good. We're good. We don't need more than 2. Stop. Google Lens. Did the phone cook eggs? Playing it? Oh man, probably. I don't remember what phone this was. No, this was my iPhone 7. Because I was in either 10th or 11th grade. It probably was pretty warm in hindsight. Yeah. I mean, it is like, pixel art, but at the same time, it's a phone and those prolonged sessions. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, there was like this era when I was younger because I like couldn't really like game on my computer at home. My game was like totally for well, my computer was like totally for working on stuff, right? Like I was supposed to be like learning how to make music or learning how to program or something like that, do art, that kind of stuff. And so like there was a period of time where I did get very into mobile games, because otherwise I could play like browser games like Flash stuff. Eventually, I got caught up. I would say my Steam library is pretty comprehensive these days. I've played a decent amount of good games, but stuff on the phone was pretty cool. I liked the Apple Arcade when it first came out. I had it through some kind of like um family subscription thing. So my dad got it. I got it through him, and cool games on there. Cool games on there. There was this like skateboarding game that was kind of neat as well. This is becoming a bit of a dead end for bricks. Almost can't even believe that we started here with bricks. Crazy. We've lost them. We need to back out. Family play sharing. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, so that was super cool. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. My dad is the kind of person, whether it's hardware or, like, software, he's always very excited about the latest and greatest. And so when stuff comes out, he always tries it. He has to have his like review, his opinion. I mean, I respect it. I don't. My pockets don't allow for me to have as many opinions as he does. But I mean, he's been on the grind for a long time. Cybersecurity is seems like a very deep, deep pond. I do have a lot of respect for his time invested and kind of the knowledge he has there. Exhaust the mood board research. We can set up the placeholders. Yeah, okay. So when you're talking placeholders, I mean, so we're talking like, are we talking about grabbing some like royalty free, like for the people kind of assets, get things moving in the meantime until we make stuff? Or are we talking about we have the mood board, we make some simple stuff? I generally opt to like just kind of make stuff, but I'm also totally curious if there are other ways to kind of go about this more, I guess, correctly. But not even correctly. I mean, everything is on like yeah, this is killing me. Brick textures. Yeah, we'll grab this one, a little mossy brick. Honestly, I think probably wrap up the brick hunt here. So we have environment. And we have, come on, canvas, optimize. What game icon? Okay, very cool. That's hype. So that'll be super nice. I mean, like, even if it is just like a prototyping tool, I was kind of unaware of a kind of source of wealth here. That's fire. Optimal. There we go. So let's save as, call this brick board. Alright, so we got the bricks, we got that. Do you want to UI before? So let's do the UI hunt first. Okay. That's a great idea. That's a good idea. So we did a little bit of UI kind of speculation earlier on. I am a fan of the kind of chunkier, kind of older stuff, but I am also a fan of like an integrated kind of responsive UI. So I think we want to kind of get a little bit of both of those sorts of vibes going here, see what offerings come from either one. I think it could be interesting to integrate some stuff into mechanics. I think visually that's always neat when it's kind of part of the game world. However, since we're planning on doing kind of fast pace, that might be a little distracting. We might want something that's on the screen kind of all the time. So it's gonna take some pondering. We'll just do that for a little bit longer. We'll just kind of keep on keeping on. So give me 1 second, guys. My water is empty. I drank all of it. I'm just going to go refill that real quick. And then we'll, oh, actually, hold on, there we go. All right, one sec, guys. I will be right back. We're gonna get back to mood boarding and game making business. Alright, I'm back, guys. Time to get back to mood boarding. Cooking. Taking pictures and turning them into ideas. We're back. Got water and cinnamon gummy bears. I don't know if that's like a regular combo. It's new to me. Pretty good. Oh yeah, Lenny. So, what are your guys' thoughts on UI? So we're gonna do like a fast-paced roguelite kind of vibe. We're gonna be doing some melee combat. We're gonna be casting some spells. This all sounds good and fun, but the UI seems like an interesting kind of case here. I feel like due to the speed of it all, we're gonna want static UI elements for sure. I think things like health, whatever the kind of mana equivalent is gonna be, should be like displayed on the screen at all times as well, because players can be attacking a lot, they're gonna be moving quickly, they want to think about kind of all these things as much as they can. So I think that'll be important, but I think at the same time, if there's gonna be like an emphasis on movement and kind of like tight combat, we don't want them to be like either obstructing parts of the screen with the UI or expecting the player to like look at the UI the whole time if they're supposed to be looking at like moment to moment gameplay. So I think we're gonna have to find like a in between of kind of on the screen. Oh, that's a neat idea. So have the UI change. So would the UI change with the map that you're in? Like as the world got more futuristic, would the UI reflect that, or would it reflect changes to your character as your character gets upgrades? Because that's cool. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Moya is in the chat. That's crazy. Okay. So You're good. This kind of stuff feels ambitious, but kind of cool. Keep it in mind for the techie stuff, kind of old console. Oh, look. Water will never not be cool, man. I mean, I know that, like, that's such a biased opinion, right? Like, we need water to live. So, of course, water's always going to be cool, but water's always going to be cool. It tastes good. It's refreshing. Feel like the life force returns to my body when I drink water. UIDB site above and select only 3. Okay. Oh wait, yeah. No. UIDB. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this. Too many won't be really direction and style. Cooking. Cooking. Let's see. It's the oldest one that we can find. Okay. This is kind of cool. Okay, so this is the sort of thing that I had in mind a little bit. To be super honest. Super honest. It's like, it's on the screen, but it's not all this, right? Conveys the same information as this does without all this. Now, what do we lose? We lose some kind of valuable stuff for the roguelite idea, right? Because this is cool, and maybe this isn't number of weapons, maybe this is upgrade. Maybe this shows you what armor you have on it. Maybe this shows you the weapon you have equipped and the upgrade on it. So, like, some more stuff on the screen could be good. If we want to lean into the, like, kind of like insane, lots of stuff going on, the busier UI could be good. But again, I don't know how people pull that off. I feel like you gotta kind of know what you're getting into to kind of lock in on something like that. But yeah, I don't know. So we're gonna pop this one in here too. And I would say that these are fairly different, but there's different things I like about all of them, and I think that that is kind of the goal here. That is kind of the goal here. Now I do want to see one game I'm curious about just while we're here. Is it my friend Pedro? Yeah. What was the UI like in this game? I remember the game, but I don't remember the UI. It's because the UI is very simple. Interesting. I mean, so in this game, the UI didn't matter as much because you don't have a lot of life. There's not like a complicated armor or stamina mechanic. And I don't know, the reloads were fairly quick. So I guess the ammo doesn't matter too much either. I don't really know, honestly. Like, when I think back on it, I really don't remember. I honestly was about to say, does this game even have UI? And so UI is kind of in the back seat of this game. There's not a lot to like learn from here, unless, you know, that is the goal, to kind of learn how to tuck it out of the way and still convey the information. Yeah, I don't know. Not really moved by anything there. Games, game aesthetic, retro. Balatro. I don't personally understand the Balatro hype. I'm just gonna say it out loud. I haven't played it, so that's probably a good place to start. But I haven't played it because it didn't like jump out at me. It didn't blow my mind. I don't like card games though, so oh well. Fez doesn't have any UI. Fez is just a beautiful game. That's it. I'm done. Fez 2 is cancelled. Last words of Phil Fish. Moonlighter is cool. What's the UI got going on in here? Very simple. Looks nice. Main stats in corners and the top being dedicated to item pickups. Okay. I see the vision here. I see the vision here. So gotta use my mind here. Actually, we can draw, right? So are we? Hold on. Let's get more room. Here is our screen. And so are we talking like items all up here, and then we have like not necessarily boxes per se, but these are going to be like, and then stats. I really can't. Yeah, it does kind of sound like Risk Rain, doesn't it? Just more stats involved. We like stats around here. So, like, is this the kind of thing that you're thinking, or am I, like, lost in the sauce here? It's the Hall of Greatness here. Alright, thanks, Moonlighter. I don't really know exactly why I did that. I think just because I have fond memories of that game. Rogue Legacy. It's target audience desktop or mobile. UI is vastly different thought process. You're cooking. That's honestly really, really good kind of consideration that I hadn't made at this point yet. Probably desktop. That's generally what I shoot for. Nothing against mobile gamers or anything like that. I'm just a bigger fan of games on computers, to be super honest. So probably desktop, browser, but those I think are much more similar. Very simple health stat in one corner, simple stamina right side, skinnier top bar. Okay. Yeah, I can get with that for sure. Desktop for milestone 1. There we go. There we go. That's this. It's a good way to milestone 1. I like it. Oh wow, I thought that this game, is this really what Rogue Legacy looks like? I think I'm totally mixing this game in my memory with Shovel Knight. I don't remember it looking like that. Well, there it is. Time to confirm. Well, yeah, Shovel Knight does still look like Shovel Knight. That's good. What's the UI look like in Shovel Knight? Alright. Looks good to me. LGT. We'll pop that in there and call that, we'll call this inspiration. Inspired. And yeah, I'll do a little bit of images, a little bit of a range. Oh, I can just hit Control P. And then Control E. No, Control S. There we go. UI board. Heart icon, what type of armor? It's slightly changed. Add the heart with a number in the middle. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. Yeah, I like the idea of kind of keeping the main elements fairly simple, but then also having like kind of more things going on, adding some depth wherever we can. Speaking of simple, that's honestly really cool. The overall presentation of this scene is nice, but look at those spikes. Silly. That's cool. Super Mario Bros. 3 style map. I've always wanted to make one of these. That game was huge. Huge for me back in the day. One of the first games that I was emulating. There were free Nintendo emulators on the Play Store. And I'm gonna stop talking right now, actually. I may be a tiny, tiny little channel, but I am not immune to the snipers. Hearts get more beaten up as you take damage, the number lowers. Yes, weathering. I like that. It will reflect the state of the person in charge, the player. Yeah, so I'm actually really happy with this as far as UI inspiration goes. I think between these 4 images, we're like kind of locked in. I think that feels good. So we have basic user interface stuff. We have some stone. And then like what, the kind of general vibe too. Do you want to do placeholder for audio or GitHub repo? I have the GitHub repo going. I got that all set up earlier. Placeholder audio. I don't really know. So like when we were first getting started here, my thought process was I was going to hop on Pinterest. I was going to get some kind of visual inspo. And then just since like I didn't know how long the stream was going to go for, wanted to at least start implementing some stuff, get some like foundations going. But at the same time, I do agree with the point that you've made here. I think it is definitely still very important to do this kind of work. And so, like, if this stream ends up being like a lot of kind of foundations, that's totally fine. I think in the grand scheme of things, it probably ends up being better. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. if we go down the route of starting to find some placeholders, I think that would lead to like ultimately quicker like implementation and prototyping. Uh, and then it's just kind of more of me fumbling around if we go any kind of other route, I guess. So I think definitely we want to work towards kind of that next step, right? So whether that looks like starting to create our assets here or start finding some placeholder stand-ins, I think is kind of the next decision that we need to make because we have kind of foundational ideas for what the basic look and feel is going to be. And so, yeah. I mean, because when we go all the way back, we got to remember where we started, right? The very beginning of the stream, we added variable jump height to our godot here. He's jumping on the other godot. These are the godots. And that's all he can do. And that's all he needs to do for now. Everything is good in this little world of his. And it's gonna look cool once we know what it's gonna look like. So yeah, I guess the first thing that we can do, what format can I like output these in some kind of cool, can I export scene as a PNG? That works for me. Let's go into documents. Yeah. And then open recent brickboard. Save. What was the shortcut for export? E. Documents brickboard. And then what was the open recent? It's not even worth the, yeah. Control E. So I guess we can just pop into VS Code real quick and look at these all in one place in the markdown document. We actually need to first put them where they need to be. So documents. Well, I'm not sure that we're jumping to code quite yet, but we might be getting there. So I have my FPS debug set up and want a gist. Yeah, honestly, again, I don't have any like super in-depth experience with this kind of stuff. So if there's any kind of knowledge that you do want to share as far as getting things kind of more ideally configured, kind of bare bones here. I know the basics of like, looking at the debugger and the profiler, frame time versus FPS, that kind of thing. But generally, I haven't gone much deeper into that kind of stuff. It is important though, I do recognize that. Oh, my fault, man. I understand I see what you're saying now. You're asking to share a gist, like a script, like a GitHub gist page, for sure, for sure, absolutely. I apologize, man. I defended my thesis yesterday, finished up my bachelor's. This was also my first semester of my master's. I've been up very late lately, been kind of just chugging along, so I am catching up on that kind of stuff today, but I'm tired. Thanks for bearing with me here. This has been some cool conversation. Uh, uh, oh, I was actually so close with the syntax on this. Uh, I'll call this one breaks. There we go. No worries. We slap this into scripts debug onto a label. I'll be back in a little while. Alright, very cool, man. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be going for another little while here. I think I'll go till at least midnight. So, no worries. Safe travels. I will see you in a little bit. Yeah, okay, these are all in here. Yes, as a matter of fact, they are. Bricks. Okay, those actually go into Markdown really well. I like that. All right, my bad, man. I am stop this into scripts / debug. Wait, so inside scripts, making another directory. Going to debug. Uh, okay. Uh, okay. Oh, it won't let you share the link. Let me see what I can do about that. No, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do something about that. Let's see. As always, if you're not sure about links, run it through Aristotle. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I appreciate, the kind of honesty about it too. It's always appreciated the consideration on that front. I'm totally not stalling on you. I'm new to this whole deal. YouTube seems to be a little more strict about links than Twitch was when I used to do that back in the day. In community settings, I can do a, yeah, no, it's true. In general, realize that I have a tendency to kind of try and do things the right way, but I will kind of quickly fall short when it comes to things like the security of my information or digital kind of stuff sometimes. All the really important things are uh, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot you an invite to the repo here. There's honestly no strong reason why it's private. So even if we're talking about like a kind of security safety standpoint, I'm not super concerned here. Um, yeah. No, sorry, I'm just getting my pass key and all of that so I can get into my settings there. Do you know if the command line stuff, like, I know that the Git tools don't, but if like the GitHub CLI offers this sort of stuff, or is this all just locked behind the web UI? Because it is just a bit of a pain sometimes. Digging through all of these menus. Alright, I just shot you a little repo invite. Gotcha. just about to say it's either being slow or alright, let's take a look. There we go. Okie dokie. So let's see. It's giving us export variable for frame range purpose, tracks FPS over frame range, updates the label with average highest. Oh, okay, this is very cool. Create the frame buffer, index, slash these. Okay, super cool. So I see what you're saying. So take this and then this just goes in on a label. And so this is gonna have some nice debugging purposes here. Okay. No, for sure. I mean, this is like super, super useful kind of thing. I mean, I've done some basic, like, I guess you would almost just have to call them like approximations of frame rate with like delta time or whatever, but having the actual stats here, you want to keep the top number always 30 or 60 depending on what you set. Okay, so yeah, is this independent of where I set the frame rate in the actual engine? So if I were to change it, like in the actual settings, I just need to remember to keep it set in here as well. That would be kind of interesting to look into. I wonder if you can just read that in from the game or editor settings. So I suppose we're in the update buffer, so it's quite accurate. Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. And then let me see, do I want to make the label itself any bigger or we'll just see. Maybe I don't have like a camera or anything. I can just move everything over them just to see. Yeah, look at that. Very cool. Very, very cool. So that's really, really neat. I've never even explored the realm of doing that kind of stuff. That's probably a great way to just build some nice skills, build some just kind of practice with GD script, building systems like these, just kind of learning the different functions and interfaces that you can interact with to build these kind of useful dev tools. Right. Yeah, no, this honestly is really nice to have this just like in game. Because like when I was making my game Pathfinder, I think the most I had set up was like some frame rate in the like title bar. Tiny one that is a good helper for sure. Yeah, no, I mean I appreciate all of your contributions here. This is cool stuff. If there's anything else that you think would be cool or otherwise helpful, by all means, feel free to share. So we're gonna do FPS counter. Okay. I don't know. I don't actually think that we want the camera to be a part of the. So we use the F keys at the top for debugging. This makes sense. This makes sense. I don't know which ones. I had older games I used to play. I feel like I'm more familiar with that. You know, you'd have different things like turning UI off, turning different displays on. Console, I feel like was often either a function key or tilde, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother worrying about placement of these kinds of things too much. This is all kind of temporary to begin with. What I will do though is I want to clean up file structure in there just a tiny little bit. We'll say media, and then I won't worry about doing anything too crazy, like making subdirectories and stuff like that, but I do think that's an easy fix worth making, and then that just makes that all just a little bit tidier. I like my folders. The next script that is important is a global pause and restart. You can hook this up later. Okay, very cool. Yeah, I didn't have that like super elegantly handled when I made Pathfinder. I did have like a game kind of controller object trying to handle those things. It was like a singleton, and felt like it was kind of okay. That said, though, it could have been more efficiently used. Like my whole kind of level loading thing could have been a little more sophisticated. Okay, let's see. Debug pause controller. All right. So now we'll create a new one. We'll say pause controller. GD. Alright. And so process always, that's what keeps us from freezing when we pause the game, that keeps it awake, right? So that makes sense. And then event key, we're looking at F2. What is event.echo? If true, the queue is already pressed. Okay, so we're looking to see if they've just pressed the key, and then we're gonna pause it. Otherwise, we're gonna unpause it, and then set as handled, substamp for propagating further down the same tree. Very cool. Okay. That is really nice. That's super simple. So yeah, I see the value there. We could make that like an auto load, have this accessible somewhere, and then yeah, that's a really nice little very cool. Very cool, very cool. No, this is nice. I appreciate this kind of stuff, man. This is cool. I'm not honestly very used to kind of collaboration, doing game dev stuff on this front. I've used, you know, the version control, that sort of stuff collaboratively for assignments, projects, you know, things here and there, but game dev stuff always cool, the more the merrier, right? You can change the script for other F keys and do other things. Okay, so yeah, that could be neat. I think as long as I didn't go too crazy with it, it would make some decent sense to maybe include a couple different functionalities in like one script. We could call this like the yeah, thanks, man. But yeah, I think as long as I didn't go too wild with it, we can probably expand on this one, or otherwise just model this for other kinds of behaviors. When it comes to like these kind of material, F1 for me kills all the lighting. Oh, that's cool. So what kind of like debugging are you doing like with the lighting in that sense? Is that for like performance reasons? Is this for like just trying to get a better idea of like clipping, like physical things in space? Like, what's the main? I honestly have never done too much with lighting, so I am curious. Haven't dabbled too much in 3D, just some kind of simpler projects, and lighting in 2D is kind of weird. When I was messing around with it in Unity a long time ago, it was nothing super sophisticated, nothing very interesting. Come from mobile, anything I can get away with, I will sub for texture. Okay. That is cool. That is cool. Yeah, mobile's always been really kind of interesting to me. I haven't gotten into it because it seems like it is very specialized kind of set of skills. It's been honestly kind of intimidating for me. Like you mentioned earlier, with the UI being so different, all these kinds of considerations for both how it looks, but also like how it feels. But gameplay as well. I mean, you're designing like totally different kinds of experiences. You have different end users in mind. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that too. I mean, mobile is crazy. I mean, I imagine what I would kind of compare it to like on YouTube, it's like shorts versus, you know, the full-length videos, right? Ultimately, you can get good at either one. There's workflows for both. Um, but yeah, I mean, shorts, it's all about churning out high volume, getting a lot of people to look at them. I feel like mobile games, it's kind of a volume market as well, right? That's fair. That's fair. Alright, so I guess just to kind of test functionality on this, I mean, I just have no doubt that it works, but we'll slap this on this root node real quick. Do I have a function key? Something's happening. I think this might be something going on with my keyboard. Because I'm having to hold my function key here. We're getting this little, like, pause thing. Allow game input, yes. What am I doing wrong here? Did you save the script? Ooh, good one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see. No, reload. Let's take a look. Yes. Okay. Right. Let's try restarting the business. Oh yeah. Good idea. Good idea. Let's say print pause. What did I do wrong here? Use space for indentation instead of tab. Do I not have the linter set up in here? I think it's because I copied it from the gist. Oh man, I forgot how this scaffolds. What's going on, guys? Oh, now we're full screen. Oh, almost free. What's going on now? Smash start of the left-hand side. All good, all good. See you in the video. I will hopefully have this figured out by then. What is happening here? Used. What is happening? Why are we? What is... This is so strange. So I'm getting a little bit quiet here and not paying attention, guys. Got a little bit distracted. Just trying to figure out what is going on here with this weirdness. So typically you see this when you have copy and pasted code, as we've seen here, but what I can't figure out is what it is so upset about. Set as handled and print pause and goes, and then we will just give them all. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Some kind of white space issue. It's gone. Let's run it. Okay, so we're getting the debug message. Interesting. Very interesting. What do I do with that information? I don't know. Get tree dot paused equals not get tree dot paused. It really can't be much simpler than that. If the tree is not paused, pause it. If the tree is paused, unpause it. I mean, like, it's very straightforward. We're getting pause in the log. Maybe how I'm pausing my games use physics. Okay. So that makes sense. Yeah, right now I'm just like directly handling velocity on the y-axis. So if this is just stopping like the physics process rather than like process, then that would make sense why these things aren't interacting. Because I'm not relying on any rigid bodies. I'm just using, it's a character body and then the ground is a static body. So I've done pausing before. Let me pull up the docs here. There is, well, now this is saying that get tree paused is still going to be the same. That may be it. Maybe if the debug is fired. Yeah. Let's see. Have we set the input in settings? Oh, are we using a custom event key code equals key F2? Do we have to assign something? Because I haven't gone in and set the input map yet. No, not really. If there is, do I need to set? Have a register for game. Okay. All right, for sure, for sure. So let's see, key code. Get tree paused. Oh, the issue might literally be because I have it on like the rootmost node. What happens if I put it like on the floor, for example? I bet it might just work. Yep. That was just a scene hierarchy problem. It was on the root node, and so it was not meant to be. We were trying to, it's like just kind of a Godot moment. We were trying to access the tree and pause it, but we were trying to get the tree. Okay, so that's simple. That just means that we need to, instead of doing that, we'll add a new child node. Just make it a node, and we'll call this game manager, and then we'll attach pause controllers, what it will be for now, and then I don't know. I honestly prefer outside of my scenes. I like a prefabs. I don't know if that's like best practice for Godot. It's kind of reflex from Unity, but good find. All right, yeah, thanks, man. It was just yeah. All right, so. That's like fine. We have very simple player movement. This stuff is very cool. I appreciate you for sharing those resources. Both of those things are honestly super helpful. Having this kind of a script as far as like getting things started is nice. This will be like great foundations for kind of more things later to come. And then the debug stuff, those stats are going to be really, really helpful. I mean, like you were saying, you start seeing it drop, you know, something's going wrong here. But having more granular information, stuff like the average long term will be helpful. You know, say this project does eventually scope up enough to the point where performance is of big concern, can watch those long terms. No worries, no need to stay up the screen for work screenshots. Okay, that makes sense. Are we talking like in progress stuff, like we're keeping documents and things along the way, or am I reading that wrong? Oh, last script. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Alrighty. Oh, I see, I see. Add a label to debug mode. Alright. So, hop into here. Make a new file. Call this one. Here, child node, and it will be a label. And then we will add our frame step script. And go into settings. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Project settings. General. Give me a version. Project. Stream game. Oh, check that out. That is cool stuff. Yeah, so this is cool. And then like we can put like a label on these like kind of debug things, and we can have another function key that turns the debug menu off and on. Yeah, no, that's really smart. Honestly, that's gonna help me a lot too. I normally am terrible about actually keeping up with the project information. So that's really cool. I mean, for the content too, especially like as the stream moves on, if I eventually make videos on this stuff, no, that's gonna be sick. Stamping, toggle with tab. Okay, very cool, very cool. No, that's a good finding. That's a good finding. So yeah, no, that's cool. And then yeah, the script itself is, I see. I forgot how Godot handled these, but this is like F strings or whatever. Just keep an eye on the FPS. You are busy making the game. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean that's great to just kind of have it front and center like there. I mean it does. It enables me to, like you're saying, just kind of focus on making the game, and then when the time comes to optimize, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Uh, it's actually probably a good time to do a. Oh, I am working off of main right now. I need a branch. Extend F1, F2, F3. Yeah, so is there any like kind of standard practice for what each key does, or is it kind of just up to preference? I am very curious. I appreciate your kind of industry facing perspective on this. It is something that I do not have a whole lot of experience with. Okay, cool. Setting, application config version. Where are project settings stored at? Yeah, that's honestly one of the really funny things I've found. Like the more time I've spent with game dev, I feel like that does kind of hold true. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of things you need to get a feel for. But like at the end of the day, there is kind of like you're saying, just a lot of common sense involved. It's just kind of having the right people to point you in the right direction, at least in my experience, has been a big part of it. Yeah, I don't know. Game dev is very, very cool to me. I think it's neat how many kind of different perspectives you can get. Such a similar space. How many different approaches can be like right. Uh, but okay, so it's branch. I don't know, call this. I don't know. A branch. The art form is where you do it. Except for the sake of complexity bites you later. Yeah, I could see that. That was one of the kind of biggest lessons that I learned the first game that I made. You know, 3 scripts, modular, can be used in any game. This is true. No, you make a good point. That was very simple for you to just kind of drop them in, and just as easy for me to pick them up and get them implemented. Yeah, and it's nice too. I mean, kind of to your point about them being able to just drop in and use. I think they're implemented well. They're not like overly complicated. You know, you've got some nice comments in there, but they're not overly verbose. So I can definitely appreciate that. Definitely respect that. Command push to a branch. No, I realized that I committed to main at first. I've now created my branch. I'll be properly working off of that from now on. It's amateur hour, I know, but caught the mistake, caught the mistake. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know, I mean, at least as far as like education goes, I think they don't teach enough of it. There's like this expectation that we all use it in class, but I'm like one of the only people I know who like actually does. There's still people like sharing files on Google Drive and stuff, and I don't know, it's like moments like that, they happen, but like at the end of the day, it's even if you're using it the wrong way, it's like version control in some form. You just need it. I don't understand like when people are like pretending to like collaborate on things with like Google Drive, or they're like adding stuff to a repo just like for the look of it all at the end of everything. They're not ready to like merge their code or anything like that. It's just weird. Push when I was an educator, they have no idea what it is. Yeah, it's strange. I don't understand. It's it's odd. I mean, I honestly could probably talk about it for a while. I've started to develop my own kind of fair share of I don't want to call them gripes, but definitely opinions on where at least the curriculum at my school, as far as computer science is concerned, is going. I think there's a identity crisis. I think it's only getting worse with the way the AI is getting pushed, and I mean, especially with all these like student deals, everyone's getting free access to everything for like years at a time. I think it's a tough time to be an educator for sure. I think like all the respect to the people trying to navigate that, but it's tough. Weird things going on. Confusing skill set in this world, I think is all I know. Is what's kind of expected right now. No one really knows what they need to know, when they'll need to know it, why.
But I think I'm just kind of rambling now. I apologize. So we've got this core kind of game manager. We've got the frame stamp. Now we can put the FPS counter in there as well. Someone's cheating with LLMs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What I find like more concerning, honestly, and I hate to even say that, but what I find worse than all the cheating with the LLMs is just the lack of accountability for it. I know cheating is one of those things, like, if you're cheating, you're not going to be honest about it. But there's, like, so many people, and they're just taking advantage of these things. They're playing dumb. They're, you know, pleading ignorance. And there's really, I guess, no way to enforce anything, I think, until universities are, like, managing the accounts and, like, looking at the usage stats. It's tough. Education many years behind. You have to do what we're doing here to get your plane ready to fly. Yeah, no, I agree. It's been yeah, you definitely have to find your own kind of motivation, your own interest, and definitely, I think, as much as you possibly can, try and find like-minded people, kind of share information with, and I mean, totally. A big part of the reason I started making videos and I'm trying out like the stream here today is kind of that very reason, right? Just trying to find more people out there with common interests and sharing these kinds of similar ideas as myself, whether it's the game dev content or the other kind of computer stuff. All right, yeah, what's going on? Let's try a test. I had a particle go for 10,000. All right. Let's see. Do we want CPU or GPU? I feel like we'll go for CPU, at least to start. My CPU is weaker than my graphics card. Oh, GPU? Alright, alright. And then, where's the emission? Explosiveness, let's crank that up. Randomness, let's crank that over there. Alright, is it just gonna go? Oh. Oh, do I have to set the texture? I don't know, let's just add a new, let's add little godots, I guess. We have a warning. Give it a shape, texture at the top. Whoa. I don't know if that's right or wrong. Oh, I've done something wrong. Alright, let's take this back. I always do this when I come back to the particles in Godot. It's never quite how I remember it. Can we just do like an image texture? No. What's one that can be like created on the fly? A placeholder texture, maybe. Does that work? No. Not quite. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Material to process the particles. Oh, so that's what you're saying. My fault. Process material. New. There we go. There we go. Figured it out. Only use the UI in 2D. That's fair. That's fair. 3D seems really cool to me. I honestly, I'd say my biggest limitation is just the fact that I really enjoy pixel art, and it's also kind of where I think most of my skill set is as far as art goes, and that in itself I think is still fairly limited. Crank that up, watch the FPS for sure. Can I do that in real time? Can we do like... Yeah, it looks like it is adjusting. It looks like it's doing some kind of... Let's make the lifetime longer. There we go. Because yeah, it looks like they were just living too short. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely some stuff moving around. Let's go for... Yeah, look at that. All right, very cool, very cool. So we're seeing the dips and such. Scroll down, fiddle with it. Yeah. So let's try duplicate the particle 4 times. Copy. Oh, whoa. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely starting to feel it just a little bit. And then we'll figure out how to make it all explode. Spread them out. What is it? I think I need to turn like the gravity down. Just don't know where to do that. It's in process material. Oh, it's one of these little tucked away. Yeah. Particle flag. Gravity. Oh, I was only doing it with the one. So we gotta do all of them. Click on the top of particle tab button. Which one? Particle tab, particle tab. I think I'm missing something obvious here. Particle tab. Oh. Oh. Oh, going back up, going back up. Animated velocity. Oh, okay. Animated velocity. Whoa. Oh man. Things are gonna get weird in here, I think. Whoa. Oh man. Alright, let's take a look at the frame rate. Oh, we can't see it. Let's make sure that we can see it. Let's find ordering. There we go. Performance is too good. We need more. There we go. That still, I'm not impressed by the lows. Alright, for sure, man. For sure, man. Oh, I'm gonna let this melt my graphics card for a second. I'm actually gonna step away just for a moment myself as well. Just in the event that there is anyone else here. Just gonna take a moment. Add 1 to 3 particles and find your machine's particle pain point. That's a great idea. I mean, honestly, it is a good idea. I have no clue on my performance. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Taking this as an opportunity to step away as well. See you in just a moment. Let me just skip these ads so you don't have to do that and leave you with the music. Alrighty. I'm back, guys.
Just a brief little stop there. Probably gonna keep going for at least the next 10 or 15 minutes. I'll probably end this around midnight, a little after. Probably just kind of wrap things up here for the next few minutes then. Pretty stoked that this ended up being such a cool little vibe. This was honestly a great time. I didn't realize when I walked away that I left those particle emitters going, so we're actually seeing the tail end of that now. And that's pretty cool. So what is the, when it's casting the low here, are we looking at like a certain range of frames that we're capturing and then kind of like numerically summarizing that like interval? Or is this like, I feel like there's got to be some kind of a timestamp because we see it dip down every now and then, or what we were early on. I guess we'll get a better idea of how that works once we do it more. Boom. So that's a lot. That's a lot, and we're still getting... Oh, okay, no, we've done it. We've done it. Okay. So low is now 55, 38, 40. Okay. So... output... debugger profiler start. Oh yeah, not the most powerful beast of them all, but definitely pretty strong. I was on a laptop up until the summer. Finally built the desktop. Now I've got the 3060 Ryzen something or other on the desktop, and was able to get RAM before got super expensive. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's 1 million particles, and there's 4. So we're doing 8 million particles is when we start to. Well, let's do a little bit more thorough science. Let's start pulling them off one by one and see exactly when it chokes. But we will go into our docs. We'll just make a new one. We'll call this specs.md. We'll say baseline. We'll say FPS tanks at 8 million particles. Yeah, I think 8 million's pretty decent. I think we're gonna be okay with that. Yeah, the Rampapocalypse too. That's terrible. Terrible, terrible thing that's happening right now. What are we ever gonna do? And then yeah, we'll delete that one. How are we looking? Wow, literally it's so we're still kind of around, but things level out pretty quickly even at 7. Alright, so now let's try 6. I think if 6 isn't completely stable, 5 will be. That feels yeah, 6 is smooth. A little jittery here and there. I don't think that it's actually anything to just
makes it 8 million. Incremental degradation. After 4 mil. Do we get the same FPS? Drop every particle system to 1,000. Oh, that's a good idea. Looks like there's definitely, let's take a look here. Start. It's will be difficult to estimate the emitter. To build will have more power in this simulation, so I think I would hold back from build, if that makes sense. No, so that's actually really real. I've been curious about that in the past. If you have any like kind of deeper insight on that, I'd be curious to know more. How restricted is the like in editor version of the game? Because I've totally noticed discrepancies in the performance before. I find that testing is often a different experience outside of the editor. You can kind of control for that, but if kind of just left to like its own kind of natural thing, then things get weird. Things get weird. Figured out where the music's been this whole time. Found it. You're watching the game in a simulator with hooks. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there's some overhead on top of it. Strip built for accuracy, no way around it. Yeah. That's true. Very cool stuff. So that's nice. I know about particles, how we make them, and you know how many is too many now. That's good to know.
We were surprised that no one had done it before.
And I understand the Godot simulator a little bit more, so that's very cool. I appreciate that. Generally, feeling like we're foundationally in a much stronger place than we were on track to be at the start of this stream. Next script you need, save time is the first toolbox script. Alright, so when you say toolbox script, what do you mean by that? Okay. We're gonna make a big array. What are we gonna put in this big universal array? All right. All right. Very cool. Very cool. It's been very productive. It's been very productive. I definitely am gonna keep up with these YouTube streams. I'm looking forward to it. I have 3 weeks until classes start back up, so I'm gonna be trying to really focus on getting content out and kind of following through with these streams until January 8th. That's when I will make my full transition into the data science program. I started it this semester, but I was still an undergrad, just getting credits. Issues, all right, there we go. We got issues number 2. All right, toolbox, new file, array.gd. All right, object to duplicate, assign editor, number of copies to create, distance. Ooh, that is cool. That is cool. Interesting. So, if I'm starting to understand the kind of toolbox nature of it, this seems like a very kind of extensible kind of thing, right? I see what you mean by a universal array now. Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see, so right. So as far as assigning something like this, like I could see this becoming like a more like abstract kind of implementation with the tool. Is this just going to go on like a node or something simple like that? Or is it going to go on a particle object? We assign the particle object to the array as well. I feel like it does kind of just make sense to like node it. Well, yeah, what class did it inherit? Node 3D. Okay, so we'll need to, well, I think node 3D. I don't think there's anything inherently 3D about it, so we should be able to node 2D it, I believe. Well, that's a vector 3. Can we still just use 3D in the 2D space? I don't know how that works necessarily, but it should be a pretty simple thing, because then we just do vector 2, and it's x. Well, actually, how do the arguments vary? We do vector 3, 0, 0, 0. And then, so that's, we just do that, change it to a vector 2, and then we just get rid of one of the zeros, I think. Should be sufficient. I might be tripping, but I think that that should be fine. And so we'll change that to 2D. Object scene, quick load. Just do that for now. And then add this. We'll set a particle. GPU particles. Texture, gradient texture. Process material, boom, boom. We did this already. We know what we're doing. We give it some velocity. We give it some exciting stuff. We have to shove a particle into a scene. Yeah, alright. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right. So we'll call this the particle prefab. Drop it into the prefabs. Save it. Do that. Do that. Do that. Quick load. Particle prefab. We'll kill that one real quick. And then we'll do that. And then we should be chilling.
Want to hear it again? Get original and affordable gifts from small shops on Etsy for gifts that say, I get you. Shop Etsy.
Let me move it.
Snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet for a snack. Snack wrap is back.
Let me try. There we go. Alright, yeah, so that's working. Very cool. Very, very cool stuff. Oh wait, yeah, I see you've made this an export variable. So you can, oh, that's badass. Yeah, that's cool. Once again, very usable. That's cool. If we increase the count while we're in game, does it? Well, no, I think that happens at ready. Right. Yeah, so that's not gonna happen if we update it while it goes, but that's alright. Okay, so that's cool. That's really neat. So now you could have like an object that's like under certain conditions looking for like a left click. You can start instantiating and stuff. Array is like yellow belt. Very, very fair, very fair. Yeah, I like this idea that, like, I don't know, kind of merging, like, the proper kind of comp sci concepts into game dev. I feel like, at least this illusion that I was kind of sold when I was younger, and, you know, no one was like selling me something to like harm me or anything like that. But you get this idea that like game dev is different from like computer science, and it's like, sure, there are more aspects to game dev, definitely. But I mean, like you're talking about here, I mean, just the fundamental use of like basic data structures and core concepts. One of the things I, had to talk about in my thesis defense was like implementations of design patterns and stuff. Like they can become very helpful things. Understanding like kind of core properties and ways to implement, very, very helpful. And then this is very, very cool. I like your perspective on this, where you have these kind of like reusable tools that represent these kind of simple implementations that are very helpful. My approach to game dev has been so like kind of cobbled together for a very long time. It's been very unstructured because it's something kind of like totally just in my free time. And so I'm enjoying kind of getting this perspective on it. I think it will definitely be kind of cool to inform kind of forward momentum on this project. I think this will be insightful. All right. Two moves, non-destructive, we're doing now, destructive later. Yeah. Cobble and polish is the destructive last moves. Yeah. That's a good way to frame it, I think. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of experience kind of crossing the finish line, but I could see kind of to how that holds up. Both of those things in themselves are kind of finite actions, right? Towards the end, they're not about exploring things, they're about getting things done and getting things kind of closed out. Whether that's throwing something together at the last minute, or whether it is kind of finalizing it, making it perfect. Sometimes those things are the same thing. Sometimes those things are total opposites. Ready to do random cannon. Oh man. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It sounds kind of fun. I'm getting kind of tired. Keep looking up over at the clock here. For me, it is 15 minutes past midnight, which could be much later, but it's definitely starting to feel the hours. Kind of racking up from today. Unpolished, tidy, bit hacky, pay for it later. For sure. For sure. Yeah, I think truthfully this might be a good place to kind of call things for the night. I haven't decided on what's in the issue tracker. Well, all right. Let me give my little speech here while I look at the issue. Just because I'm curious. I'm very curious. So I haven't really decided stream schedule yet. So what my plan is, like today I decided to stream because I've been both wanting to kind of try it out, but I also wanted to see kind of like how a stream fit in as opposed to a video upload, because earlier this week I did the Pathfinder launch trailer, just, you know, because I had, you know, I needed to release the game. Well, I didn't need to, but it did help with my kind of thesis defense. And then now that we're kind of moved past that, so, man, I'm getting really tired. I'm losing my train of thought here. Moral of the story. Oh, type cal in terminal. No? Like my... What? I can't tell if you're trolling right now. I don't know what that command is. It's just a calendar? I don't have that. You can chop this up, make content by teaching each one slowly for starting videos. Oh, yeah. Very true. Yeah, so I had thought about that. I wasn't sure how I was going to kind of do that with the streams, but this ended up actually being super educational. I think it would be really cool to kind of showcase. Cal for calendar, old school Unix. Okay, very cool. Yeah, I'm seeing this here. Can I just... Oh, no cal package on app. There it is. We got Cal. Alright, here we go. We're gonna take a look at this last one here, and then I'll call this for the night. It doesn't feel right to leave this unattended. So this is random canon. Yeah, NCal ended up being the sauce we were looking for. So it's interesting. NCal comes with cal, but then I guess NCal comes with the highlight and the days on the left. Oh, I bet NCal has, yeah, more arguments if we look at the man page. Current month is displayed, highlight, different calendars. Displays Easter. Specified year. Very cool. Very cool. I like man pages. I really do. I think it's kind of fun to be able to sit down and look at stuff sometimes. Pipe cal to a file. Okay. So we'll just say cal. I might be doing that wrong. No, we're good. We're good. Very cool. Projectile. Fire. On fire timeout. We fire a shot, then we schedule the next one. Check for null scene, very nice. Force my 3D world across to XY. Okay. Using physics to propel the object. Oh, I see this, yeah. I see. Vaccine, launch for... Random range between delays. Okay, so the root scene we need with a rigid body 2D. Yeah. Should I do a quick, like, I guess I need to do a quick refactor here from the 3Ds into the 2Ds, right? Or I guess you were saying that this only interacts with 2 axes? Sorry. Might be misunderstanding the initial statement just a little bit. I just want to clarify. Because in the last one I had to do a quick little swap from 3D into 2D. But actually, yeah, it doesn't appear otherwise, so it should be that anyway. Yeah, and then everything else, like we can change that to a node 2D. It doesn't really matter. Very cool. Oh, forward. We can just pick Y. Oh, not a basis. Cannot infer forward. Oh, I see. It's a property of 3D object. So Y should be fine. Y should be fine. We could have picked X. I think it's arbitrary in which direction it comes forward if we compress space into 2 dimensions. Okay, so yeah, that should be fine now. And then like you were saying, we just need to, we'll create a child node. I keep thinking, what is the shortcut? Control A. Awesome. So we'll say a rigid body 2D. And what do we need? We need a shape. Add child. Collision shape 2D. And we'll say add to circle shape. And then... do we need a physics material? Yeah, probably. And then we'll also just add a sprite, just because why not? There it is. We'll shrink him down because he's huge. No. All right, gotcha. We got the collision shape. And pick one inside its right hand detail. Yeah. And then just leave it at that. Now slap art on it. Okay, yeah. That's fine how it is. We could probably shrink it a little bit. Easy does it. We'll save that as a prefab. We'll put them on. Then we can toss that, and then we can create a. What script is this? That's the array. So add a child node, we'll call it a node 2D. Call this Canon.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need...
How's it going? Oh, huh. Little physics objects. They're just piling up. They're not going very far. Okay, we're gonna disable the 0.1, 0.2, alright. I'm gonna remove that for now. I think we have some pretty heavy cannonballs, but they are accumulating. Lots of little godots. Oh, I didn't even think about this. Oh. We need to put a... I'm kind of confused by this, actually. feel like collisions were kind of weird, but truthfully, I think that is gonna have to be a exploration next time. It's been well, I guess, well, maybe it's just it's probably just a force thing. It might actually literally just be, yeah, no, the fact that they're pushing me back, I think everything's fine. I think they're just more dense than I expected them to be. Thanks, man. No, I super appreciate it. This has been super cool. You've been a great audience, and honestly, very, very helpful. I appreciate the kind of insights, some of the wisdom here. Very true, very true. One last push to get, one last push. Well, actually, let's see what changed before I push. Change the maps. VVV. Gotcha. Oh. Very successful first stream. Once again, thanks for hanging out. This has been super cool. I hope to see you again here in the future. Excited to kind of keep building this project out for sure. Probably gonna make some content from this out onto the channel, but otherwise probably the next couple days gonna get another stream going on here. So yeah, it's been super cool. Expect more of this, same kind of vibes moving on, going forward. Can't wait to kind of see what we managed to kind of cook up here, get going. I think these are super strong foundations. I really appreciate the kind of little head start you've given me on a couple different things here. I mean, also just got me thinking about things a little differently than I would have had I just approached this project completely individually. So yeah, man, thanks for hanging out. Anybody else who might be lurking, thanks for tuning in, stopping by, and I hope to see you again for the stream again sometime soon. I need to duplicate this scene, and we're gonna call this ending. Stream ending. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much. I will catch you on the flip side. Take it easy. Have a nice night, nice day, whatever it may be, whatever time zone you might be in. See you next time.